We're trying to do a mic check, but the microphones aren't working for the gentleman on stage.
One, two, 1, 2. I'm good.
Okay. Did you see this on off switch down here? Put it on the 0.
C-130. There you go. There we go. There we go. See, we got some paratroopers here.
All right. Okay. Well, welcome everybody. We're going to go ahead and get started. Gentlemen, let's go ahead and roll the video.
When you go to war, you don't always come back the same way. And it's up to our society, the people, to help that warrior along.
Combat is hell. There's something about it that it changes us because you have almost died, and that takes something away from you.
Not understanding the dangers of it and snipers all around, I think about it now and I'm like, holy cow, being in a situation that I could have been killed.
There's going to be some things that you're going to see, some things you're going to do that humans shouldn't see. But what keeps you up at night are the things that you do that you have the option not to.
I hear the words to a lot of people, thank you for your service. And what I normally say to people is, you're worth it because you got to fight for something.
I was basically born to be a soldier. That's what I tell people. I was born to be a soldier. When Rangers deployed, somebody's going to die. We stepped up to back to that C-141. We said, damn, we're going to war. You never know the influence you leave on a person's life, so you treat everybody with kindness. You're part of my family, and I'm proud of you, what you've done. I'm ready for this country.
Break, you're going to be cleared on any moving targets outside of the two friendly locations. You will meet the chosen 6 Romeo up on this net. I'll copy over.
Thank you. So welcome everybody to the Black Ops Fireside Chat. I'm your host, Ruben Ayala. So the trailer you just saw is a preview to a Veterans History project called Black Ops. It is a collaboration between the National Veterans Memorial Museum, Triple Nickel, which I'm part of, and Grunt Style. Black Ops will be a series of documentaries and a museum exhibit that will focus on underrepresented veterans who have served in United States Special Operations Forces across all services. As part of the kickoff for this project, I'm happy to present this fireside chat between two exceptional veterans that I hold near and dear. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce to you Lieutenant General Ferriter. Now, whether he knows it or not, he has become a mentor of mine over the past few months. His name is Michael Ferriter, but we all know him as Lieutenant General Retired Ferriter. The staff at the National Veterans Memorial Museum, NVMM for short, affectionately know him as MF3. General Ferriter is the founding president and CEO of NVMM. It is safe to say that General Ferriter has dedicated his life to the service of others, serving 35 years in the U.S. Army and spending the last 5 years leading the NVMM. During his time in service, he's deployed to Iraq multiple times, to Somalia with Task Force Ranger, and completed his career leading the U.S. Army's Installation Management Command. General Ferriter has gone by many titles: Airborne Ranger, Commanding Officer, Commanding General, second-degree black belt in Jiu-Jitsu, CEO, husband, father, grandfather, and now he's a fireside chat speaker. Across from General Ferriter, I have the pleasure of introducing you to a personal friend of mine, Ivan Castro. I'm proud to introduce you to him as U.S. Army Major Retired Castro. He's a Green Beret, an avid marathoner, an accomplished cyclist, a Mount Kilimanjaro summiteer, a Sahara Desert runner, a South Pole skier, but most importantly, he's a bona fide Boricua. But what's cool about Ivan is that he served 28 years in the U.S. Army, starting out as enlisted, then an NCO, and retiring as an officer. He has served in some of the most badass units, to include the 101st, the 82nd Airborne, 3rd Ranger Battalion, 5th Corps, and the Red Empire 7th Special Forces Group. Look, his resume is too long for me to cover within the time frame I have for this introduction, but the takeaway here is that not once have I ever mentioned that Ivan is blind, and the majority of the feats that I described in the beginning were all done after his life-changing injury on September 2nd, 2006 during OIF. Today, he and General Ferriter are here to have a live conversation about the events on September 2nd, the day that offered him the toughest assignment of his career, to simply survive, to never be defeated, and for him this challenge never ends, nor does his dedication to overcome it. Following the fireside chat, we'll have a question and answer period. And now I ask you to shift your attention to the center of the stage.
Thanks, Ruben. Well, welcome everybody. Can we get a big hooah out there? All right, that's a medium-sized hooah. It is great to be with you, and it's a great day to be at the MIC, and it's a great day to be with friends. And you know, there are men and women in this room that have commanded my sons and daughters, you know, and can you imagine saying, I would send them off to war with that person? I trust them so much. And there are friends here that I've known for the better part of 30 years, and this is like an Airborne Ranger reunion, you know, Installation Management Command reunion, and all wrapped into one. So there I was commanding 3rd Ranger Battalion, and I noticed a sergeant down in the company, and I noticed that he was really special right away, and that I noticed that he was wearing a 101st combat patch, and to cross-fertilize into a Ranger Battalion from the 82nd or for the 101st or 10th Mountain, it's an extra step for officers, but it's really an extra step for a young NCO, because he didn't grow up from private to sergeant. In the Rangers, he grew up in the big Army and brought his talents to the battalion. Ivan, tell us a little bit about, to add context to this discussion, a little bit about that time that we were together in 375.
Yes, sir. First of all, thank you once again, and it's an honor to be here and once again to be in your presence. And you know, being in 3rd Ranger Battalion is something, it's hard to explain, and words can't sum it up. The esprit de corps, the mission, and just the motivation that everyone has from private all the way up to the regimental commander. It's like no other unit in the Army.
I remember you went to back then probably BNOC, and then you came back and then stayed with us for a while longer. What was the significant lesson learned for you as a leader of Rangers?
You know, there's nothing that can't be accomplished. But one of my things that I over the time that of my military career, especially September 2nd. September 2nd was a day that turned my whole world upside down. That day, I lost 2 great Americans, Justin Dries and Ralph Porras. Both men were just inches away from me. It was a day that not only did I lose my sight, but it was a day that I was severely injured and came very close to death. You know, there's one thing for certain in life, and that's we're all going to die. We just don't know where, when, or how. A lot of folks talk about being able to manage time, and you know, we can't manage time. No one can manage time. We can't rewind it, pause it, fast forward it. All we could do is make good use of our time. And so I live every day to the fullest, like there's no tomorrow. I'm not a procrastinator. Time is a resource that you can't make more of. You can make more money, but you can't make more time. Time's important when you're on a mission and you're calling in a medevac. Time's important when you have combined fires and you have fast movers dropping bombs and artillery and armor vehicles and mortars and ground troops, right, shifting and lifting fires. So I value time. And, you know, when you look at a tombstone, it's personalized. It has a name. It has that person's date when he was born or she was born and date when they passed away. And in between, there's your dash. And so that dash is one of the most important things on that tombstone because it tells how that person lived their life and the impact they left behind and the people they loved. So I like when you get a moment, you know, for everyone here, and I kindly ask that look up the poem, The Dash, along with a song of a band that I like so much, Nickelback, if today was your last day. So that's one of the lessons that not only did I learn on September 2nd, but also a lesson that I learned in the regiment and in my time in the Army.
You remind us that I asked you a few weeks ago, hey, the next day after you were wounded, when you woke up, what were you thinking? And you said, I didn't wake up the next day. Yeah. So tell our team here those first, you know, the next year and what went through your head as you decided you were going to continue your dash.
You know, when I woke up in the hospital, I remember the words of my wife at the time. She told me, hey, they lowered the sedation. They told me, hey, you're going into surgery. Sadly, you lost 2 men, and you're going into surgery to pull out a fragment out of your eye. And you lost an eye, but we're going to try to salvage your other eye. And I could tell you that, you know, one of the reasons, you know, after my injury, I served another 10 years in the military. And I owed it not only to my family, to myself, but also to the men I served. So I even though I was in the hospital and laying in bed, I still had men deployed. So there was no surrender, no giving up, no defeat, you know. I had to continue on. And so one of the things that I could tell you that in the military I could contribute my success is to the people that I chose to surround myself with. And the team, right? I've been blessed to have had great leaders like yourself, amazing peers and subordinates. And early on in life, I think whether it's boot camp or basic training, that's something that's taught to us, right? A buddy team. In special operations, you can't go in a room unless you have 2 guys. You can't carry a litter unless you have 2 guys. And nothing can't be accomplished if you know, anything could be accomplished if you have the right team, right? Purpose, direction, motivation. We know that. That's leadership, right? But, you know, with a team, you could divide and conquer. And with a team, you could task any mission, break it up, and get it done. It's amazing what a Special Forces Operational Detachment Alpha could do, or a Ranger Fire Team, right? And, whatever task is given to them is going to get accomplished. And, you know, there are very few things in life that's contributed to the work of one person, and even me sitting here today is one of them. You see, I depend on the eyes of others to guide me on my pursuits and to assist me moving forward out of the darkness.
I was going to ask the question, who's sitting next to you?
Oh, right next to me is Darlene Matos, and she's my eyes. And I'm grateful to have her, you know. And it's not easy for me to ask for help. You know, I'm not A-type personality, but we just have to be humble and ask for help at times. And a lot of people are amazed of the things that I do, and they say, Ivan, wow, you've done all these great things, whether it's running marathons or ultra marathons or triathlons or skiing to the South Pole or running across the Sahara Desert, climbing Mount Kilimanjaro, running with the bulls, right? Writing a book. With Darlene, I hiked from Mexico to Canada, you know, on a Pacific Crest Trail. None of those things. People are amazed that I did that, but the people who they need to be amazed is those that guided me through every step of the way, and I'm grateful for them. So
Let's give a big round of applause for Darlene. Yeah, both the word team and many of us say together everyone accomplishes more. And the word partnership. Partnership is the highest form of leadership. Imagine if you were playing Go Fish with your cards facing out. And the person across from you says, can I have your king? And I said, yeah, I'll take your jack. And then everyone wins. So your kind of call to action, folks out there, is to be a better partner. And partnership is for life. And if you know you're going to make a relationship for life with the people that you're working with, then you're never going to screw them over. It's just because you know you're going to see them the next day and the next day. So I pass on as Ivan makes those comments what comes to my mind as well. So one time when we were at 3rd Ranger Battalion, we visited the Commanding General's building. Do you remember running through Building 4? Describe that
Building
one.
4, yeah. I remember we were doing a battalion run, and I think someone yelled out, Building 4, Building 4, and you point out to the road guards, let's do it. And we ran through Building 4, and obviously battalion running through chaos that we left behind.
A unit that size, when it runs through something, it runs through everything, all the newspaper containers and mailboxes. And so I was pretty hooah for about 20 minutes, and when I got to my office, the phone rang, and General Ernst said, Mike, this is General Ernst. Hey, sir. He said, did you come and visit me? I said, you must have been sleeping in, sir, because you weren't in there. And he said, don't do it again, or it'll be your change of command date. So then, on the last run, with the change of command the next day, they started yelling, Building 4, Building 4. A little more wisdom at that point. Didn't do it.
You know, sir, one other thing I'd like to share today, and it's something, you know, that I live by. I live by 3 pillars in life. That's faith, family, friends is one of my pillars, positive attitude, and surrounding myself with positive people. My 3rd pillar is gratitude. And just like today, I talked about time, teamwork. Another thing is thanks. And so I'm grateful. I'm grateful each morning to be alive, grateful to wake up and to put my feet on the ground. And when I do, I say, hallelujah, I made it another day. Thank you, Jesus. Right? And grateful to feel the sun, and breathe fresh air. And, you know, that when we have children, we, at an early age, we tell them, we teach them to say please and thank you, right? And I think that's something that we need more in life, is to put down our cell phones and all these applications and social media and focus on the little things and to realize that life has so much to offer and not to dwell on the things we don't have. So,
you know, we mentioned being wounded and losing your eyesight. you raised a family, didn't you?
I did. I have 3 kids, and I'm proud of my son. My son is in Task Force 160th, a Night Stalker in Special Operations. Cool. And after being injured, never thought that my son was going to join the military after he saw me, on life support. But, I was very privileged to give the oath of enlistment to my son.
It's up on the screen right now.
Yeah, and I remember telling him that day that whenever he needs to find courage, he just had to look down to his last name. And when he needed to remind himself what team he belonged to, he had a name tape that said U.S. Army, right, and his unit patch. And if he needed to find purpose of service, whether it was freedom, right, it was his flag, the flag that he took an oath, and the flag that he's going to be buried on. And so proud of my kid, as you are of your 2 boys.
Yeah,
So.
yeah, for sure. When we opened the National Veterans Memorial Museum, General Colin Powell was the honorary chairman of my board and all that. And he said in his speech, where do we find these men? Where do we find these men and women who come and serve? And I learned, when I was a lieutenant, I had this big black lab dog, and he's really kind and really goofy. And the commanding general's driver walked through our yard over to motor pool at Fort Riley, and he said, is your dog okay? And I said, sure. He's super friendly. And the dog chased him and pinned him against the car. Or I had a CJ5 Jeep, and I went, holy crap. And that taught me right then that you never know just how good, how much energy your infantry platoon, your artillery guns, you never know how good they are. And I don't mean good at dropping rounds or shooting. I mean how good a person they are. And so I always am amazed to General Powell's words, where do you find someone like Ivan with such wisdom and a profound thought to imbue that into his family, into your family, but also into your friends. And so if you were going to give credit to why you are who you are, I know the first person is going to be Jesus, but then who follows after that?
Yeah, it's people. It's like I said, from the time we're born, we have people helping us out, right? Doctors there, while your mom is giving birth, and your teachers, your high school, classmates, your family, your friends. So I think it's a combined thing. We are who we are based on the people we surround ourselves, right? We're a product of that. At an early age, we learn yes, no, hot, cold, black, white, and those are just values, ethics, and morals that we learn at an early age. Going back to gratitude, I learned about gratitude when my first deployment to Desert Storm, Desert Shield, living in a foxhole for weeks, and came back home, and boy, was I grateful to have a bed and a table, a chair, and silverware, running water, right, 4 walls and a roof over my head. And, I'm very blessed. I'm very blessed to have great people around me. And
yeah, it said that show me the people around you, and you show me your character, because by who you walk with and be with lets everyone know what's really important to you. What's the next big thing you're going to do?
just like I said, live 100 miles an hour, sir. There's a couple of things that I still have in my sights. Like to row a boat across the Atlantic, or make it to the North Pole, or run a couple more marathons. But the biggest thing is to be there for my kids, and to continue to try to have an impact to everyone I meet, come across. Continue to learn. I'm try to be a teacher and a student at the same time. And so,
That's pretty excellent. How did you get hooked up with this crazy group called Triple Nickel?
believe it or not, sir, Ruben Ayala and we served in 7 Special Forces group together, and I was blessed to work with him on a project, and we created this bond together, this friendship. So,
Pretty special group. I'm donning my Triple Nickel hat here that says National Veterans Memorial and Museum, and thanks to Ruben and the gang that provided that, and I would ask all of you to go to their website and support them, because as they get supported, they pour the money back into efforts such as this, as well as the series Black Ops that will debut in February. If you could look in the rearview mirror, what are 1 or 2 of the inflection points in your life that you said, "Woof, I'm glad that happened"? Good. I'm glad that happened.
Yeah, I would have to say joining the military was one of my things. I'm glad that happened. Just giving 100%. That motto that we had when we joined the Army: "Be all you could be."
It's back.
Yeah. So I learned a lot of lessons, right? Learned a lot of lessons in life, and I think the best time of my life, I served half of my life, I served in the military. I'm 56. I served 28 years in the Army. So, wow. And if I could, I'd do it all over again. Yeah.
That's amazing. And I think it's because of love of country, love of God, and love of your teammates that most of us would say, when I served, I know I will say, when I served, I never knew one day how much money I made. Never. I was like the Rain Man. How much money you make? $1. How much is that candy bar? $1. How about a new car? $1. Because I knew that, as to you in this room, that they don't pay us enough to go through everything that we've gone through. But we do it. And the reason that the military is family business is because our kids see who our friends are. And they see men and women of character, and they see people selflessly given, and they say, "I want to be a part of that." My son's company commander sitting right here, Marty. And and thankfully, and no surprise, Marty said Patty was a pretty damn good platoon leader and person. And that's what this is about, too.
I think we might open up for some questions, right?
Yeah.
If anybody may have some questions out in the crowd. If not, we're going to ask some questions to you.
Anybody have any questions they would like to ask Ivan or General Ferder?
Yeah, I've got one for you. How did you get up Mount Kilimanjaro without eyes?
Just one step at a time. Yeah, one step at a time. Just like I talked before about team. Everything that that I did, it was, everything that I try to do, I try to make sure that I'm going to succeed at it. So a lot of research, a lot of training, and then I went up with a group of guys. They were all NFL guys, a nonprofit called the Water Boys, and they were all NFL players. And they took 3 injured servicemen, men and women, up to Kilimanjaro, and yeah, it was a blast.
How are you physically guided though? What photos up there you on Fred Holohan?
Yeah, we holding hands, holding an elbow, holding a hiking pole with my hand on the back of his pack. Same way I hiked with Darlene, the Pacific Crest Trail. one of the hardest things that I did in my life. I came to do it in 2020 during the pandemic, and that was the Pacific Crest Trail from Mexico to Canada, 2,653 miles. And, you know, this little lady here to my right, she, you know, she trusted in me, and I trusted in her. I had the skills to survive in the woods, and I trusted in her to be my eyes every step of the way. And believe me, she has some fierce snakes. And I know that every time I heard her scream in front of me, because there was a big snake on the trail.
General Farragut?
Yes.
I just got off the phone with one of my clients, and he's a former subordinate of yours, Colonel Dean Franks.
Mike?
Yes, I just got off the phone with one of my clients, Colonel Dean Franks, 5th Special Forces Group, but he served in B-375 for you.
Do I owe him any money, did he say?
No, sir. No, sir. I'll be on the stage.
Did he tell you any stories that I need to start making excuses for? Good. Thanks for saying that, and pass on my best to him.
Yes, sir.
There you go. In the back.
Hey there. My name's Jonas Sason. I'm a teacher, actor. I teach improv at Second City. For the first time ever, I have a couple students that are blind right now, and it's going amazingly. It's really cool. I just put a little bit more effort into like figuring out how those exercises are going to look with those students. And I find that there's almost a way to do every single thing that we've done. There's not ever anything we can't do. It just takes a little bit more time to think about how to do that exercise in a different way. And I was just going to ask you, what do you most appreciate about an instructor that can approach it in a way that you appreciate? What are you looking for that like really helps you in that kind of environment, in any kind of learning environment since you've been blind?
I would have to say it's patience. You know, have patience with your students. And ask them which is the best way they could, you know, you could explain things to them, you know, how they best learn. You know, not everybody's the same, so not two blind kids are going to be the same. Everybody's going to be different and learn different. So I would say just grab their input as much as possible and have patience with them.
Next question. Teresa, Dr. T.
Thank you for sharing your story. I'm a big proponent of valuing a precious time we have on this earth, and I think people underestimate how much time we have, so we don't really know. So I appreciate you highlighting that. I'm curious, as I'm a health provider and someone who teaches on like self-care, you've done so many amazing feats. What is your self-care routine like each day? Like, what are things that help you?
Yeah, you know, for me, one of the things that I try to spend most of my time is my health, right? Health, peace, love, my kids, right? And making sure that I have a roof over my head. And so I spend a lot of time on my health, whether it's, you know, come to find out, you know, rest, my supplements, what I eat, functional medicine, my exercise, my sleep. And, you know, I think a lot of us here are military. And after I got injured, I just decided, you know, a lot of folks wanted to see a psychiatrist and a psychologist and put me on pills. And my drug was athletics, you know. So I went on this, you know, while I was laying in the hospital in Bethesda Naval Medical Center, I had overheard a nurse and a doctor talk about the Marine Corps Marathon, and I ran in high school and in college. And I said to myself, you know what? I'm going to run that Marine Corps Marathon next year. So the next time the doctor came in, I asked him if it was something I could do, and he thought that I was heavily sedated and still high on drugs. And he said, sure, you could do that. And, you know, that's what I did. I focused a whole year. I mean, I couldn't even stand on my feet for 2 seconds on my own. And a year later, I went and ran the Army 10 mile and the Marine Corps Marathon, and I just caught that bug. And after finishing the Marine Corps Marathon and the Army 10 miler, I had a whole bunch of mics and cameras in my face, and I said, this is going to be my platform to use to put out a positive message in life. And yeah, I did. I qualified for Boston that year. And but I went on this cycle where after I did one crazy adventure, I had to top it off, and I needed another one and another one. And some folks thought that I was on his death wish. And every time I looked for something more extreme to do. And it came a point in time that I was like, man, I even went and fed great white sharks in the bottom of the ocean, in South Africa. So just recently I started seeing a psychologist and talking to people because I realized the importance of mental health. And I remember I was very fortunate and blessed that Prince Harry asked me, not only I skied the South Pole with Prince Harry, but he asked me to be on a campaign called Heads Together. And it dealt with mental health. It was here in the U.S. and in the UK. And so I think mental health is a big component. You got to keep your head and your mind. It's all one unit. So, being able to talk to somebody. A lot of folks go on this 22 push-ups and put it on social media. I'm more of, hey, I'm going to call a guy and ask him, what can I be? What can I do to help him out? Or let's go out for a cup of coffee or for a walk,
We have time for one more question.
Hey, thank you both for your service, and everyone in the room, thanks for being here and supporting MIC. My question for you is, when is the book coming out, man? I want to know more about you, and I think everybody in this room probably shares that feeling with me on your what you're going through and what you've accomplished. It's amazing, sir. Much respect to you, and let me know, so I want to buy the hard copy.
So the book is outside that door, and we'll be out there to inscribe them for you. And
That is-
kind of to dovetail off of what he was saying before that. The title of the book is Fighting Blind, and when you bring up health, all of these things that you're seeing here are easy. The title of the book is Fighting Blind because the things we do day in and day out blind is harder than walking 2,653 miles from Mexico to Canada. It's harder than crossing the Sahara unsupported. This day in, day... He talks about his kids. You didn't hear him say he's never seen them. What does he do with his health? Whatever it takes. 2017, when we did that campaign for the Royal Foundation, we did 7 marathons and a 50-miler in 10 weeks. That's what we put on the cameras. We were in the hospital. We took an entire Z-Pack one day, an entire Z-Pack the next day, and then we followed it up by a Z-Pack. We did whatever it takes. So we get help, all right? So the book is called Fighting Blind. It's out there on the corner. We'd love to meet you out there. I appreciate your support. Do you have an answer to that too, Ivan?
Hopefully there is a script for a movie. Obviously, it's a movie. Yeah, but there's going to be some fiction in it.
Hey, sir, we got 1 minute left, and I'm going to ask you to close us out. If you want to meet General Ferriter and Ivan after this, right outside this door, they'll be at the table. But, sir, last parting shots.
Thanks, Ruben. You can see up on the slide, you can learn more about the NVMM. It's really cool. I'm an Army Ranger and an 82nd Airborne guy, and I'm not a museum guy. So we do everything we can to impact lives. We teach jiu-jitsu 8 times a week. You see Gary Hensley over here, and he's one of my black belts. We do yoga a couple times a week. We did the Chad CrossFit last week, and we'll do the Murph over Memorial again. We've got Jimmy Pedro coming in this week. We've had Dr. Teresa giving us mindfulness and wellness. So we have 90 people, Justin's here somewhere, 90 veteran-owned businesses, veteranpreneurs that we take care of, 380 podcasts we refuse to close and just pivoted to virtual during COVID. All of that's nice. What's important, though, is that before 1900 tonight, you text somebody and text the words, buddy check, how are you? And you will save someone's life. I promise you that. Ruben, thanks for having us, and God bless you all, and look forward to relationships are for life and partnerships are real. So let's get it on.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Once in a lifetime does not happen again. So I took a chance in a gambler's game, put my heart on the line. And maybe I'm crazy, but I'll never regret what I said to a girl I knew before we
overachiever. He's an overachiever who goes through Navy SEAL training, goes through BUDS, goes through Hell Week, serves 12 years in that arena, and then decides, you know something? I think I'm going to go to NASA and be an astronaut. I mean, isn't that overachieving? You know? I would like to welcome to the stage the man, the myth, the legend, Chris Cassidy. How are you?
Good, great.
Good to see you. Isn't it great to be in Vegas?
It sure is. This is fun.
I
And
know.
what a good cause too. This conference, amazing.
And it's a great time as well,
Yeah.
coming up to Veterans
Veterans
Weekend.
Day, the whole 9 yards.
Now listen, I'm going to dive straight into this. Navy SEAL to astronaut. Let's go back to Navy SEAL first. What drew you towards the military, Chris? Was a member of your family in the military?
No, actually, it quite simply was, how in the heck do you pay for college for me? And there was no big vision about serving the country and how that would be so awesome. And this was in the 80s, where not a lot of information out there about SEAL teams, so I didn't even know about SEAL teams until I got into the military. So just to be very transparent, it was like trying to figure out, are there programs that can help me and my family get education paid for, and that's what kind of led me to the Naval Academy. And it's actually a pretty interesting story about getting there that, if you don't mind, I could share that
Absolutely.
part. Because it's pretty meaningful to me. If anybody's familiar with the Naval Academy process, I know we have a graduate here in the room, you have to apply to the school and to your congressman or senator to get the nomination. And I read that in the information. I didn't have anybody really guiding me in my small town in Maine. And so I applied to the congressman's office. I went to the interview. They said, okay, good job, we'll take care of it from here. And I left, and that was the fall of my senior year. And then fast forward to the spring of my senior year in high school, and everybody's finding out if you got into schools or not. And I heard nothing I heard from other schools, but nothing from Navy.
Mm-hmm.
And finally, I called the admissions office, and the lady said, yeah, okay, we'll help you, no problem. What's your name? I tell her my name. She's rummaging through files. I can hear it on the phone. What's your social security number? Spell that again? More files. We don't know who you are. I missed the part that you had to apply to the school and to the congressman's office separately, so I effectively didn't apply. And as luck would have it, or divine intervention, whatever you believe in, my very best friend and I had planned to join his dad on a business trip the next week, which was our spring vacation from school, to go from Maine down to D.C., and we were going to hang out and do D.C. sightseeing things while his dad worked. And so we did that. Only deviation is I took one afternoon and went over to Annapolis from D.C., it's like a 30-minute drive, and went into the admissions office and said, hey, can you help me? This is my situation. And the lady's like, oh, I remember you. You're the kid from Maine. Yeah, I'll help you out. You need to see Captain Malillo down the hall, third door on the right, Marine Corps captain. He's our guy for New England region. He'll get you all squared away. So naive me, bebop down the hall, turn the corner. I saw my first poster child United States Marine Corps representative. Rigid, square jaw, hair, shoes, reflection, like the whole 9 yards. There he is. I'm like, oh boy, is that person real? And but I knew, like, okay, if I really want to go to the Naval Academy, this guy's got to hear my story. And so I told him my story. 5-6 minutes in his office at tops. Not a lot of communication from him, and I could tell he's like looking right through my eyes. Is this guy a complete knucklehead? Or everybody else got their stuff in. How come he didn't?
Yeah.
And he says, I'll get back to you. Okay, I understand. So the trip back to home, I thought, well, at least I tried, but it's not for me. For whatever reason, I got to come up with a plan B for college. Mm-hmm. A couple days later, I'm in class in school, and I get paged to the main office for a phone call, and it's him on the line. He goes, hey, Cassidy, it's Cap Malillo. I got good news. I can get you into the Naval Academy prep school, but I need an answer right now on the phone if you're in or not. And I didn't know what the prep school was. I didn't know where it was. I didn't know what it meant for me. But I knew it was an opportunity that was just right here, right now, and that's it. Which side of the door do you want to be on? And so I said, yes, sir, I'm in, thank you. If it turns out, without that gift from Captain Malillo, who didn't know me, he didn't owe me anything, it was just another day of his job, when I walked in there, without that gift from him, I wouldn't even be here talking to you. Like none of the, because he let me go to the Naval Academy Prep School, which is 1 year in Newport, Rhode Island. If you made certain grades, you automatically get to Navy. While I was at Navy is when I met my first real Navy SEAL person, and saw that and learned that it's a thing you can do once you graduate. And that guy motivated me to pursue all those things. While I was in the SEAL teams, I met Bill Shepard, who was the first Navy SEAL to become an astronaut, and he kind of educated me, guided me, and mentored me through that process. And then 18 years later, 3 space flights, and all because one person gave me that opportunity and that gift. And he happens to be a United States Marine, and tomorrow's their birthday, by the way. So I have a very special place in my heart for Marines, and particularly him, because it was all because of his belief in me.
That's a great story. When you went to the academy, when did you start your training for NASA? Let me ask you that.
Oh, way later. Yeah, I was in the Navy for 11 years before I got selected by NASA. Yeah.
Now, were you always interested in space, in NASA, in that field, or was it just because of meeting Bill Shepard?
The latter. Yeah, I was not a kid with space shuttle stuck to my wall or nothing like that. I mean, I was in high school when the Space Shuttle Challenger had its accident, so certainly that was a big event for us in the country, and so I certainly knew about NASA, but it wasn't something that like little old me could do. That's what other people do. Other people are astronauts. It's not me. And even while I was at the Naval Academy, there's many alumni of the Naval Academy that are astronauts, and I knew that. I read their names on the walls and went to lectures where they were there present. But again, none of that. And then I got interested in the SEAL teams, and I just assumed that you had to be a pilot to be an astronaut. So it wasn't until I met Bill Shepard, and he sort of educated me. No, you just got to be a U.S. citizen. You got to have a college degree. Check. And that's pretty much it. And you can apply, take the time. So I realized. I didn't apply to become an astronaut because I was tired of the SEAL teams. I loved the SEAL teams, but it was kind of like, I got nothing to lose. If I apply and don't get selected, I keep on doing the thing that I like. If I apply and get selected, how amazing is that? I get to pee and poop in space, and what's more fun than that?
It's funny you should mention peeing and pooping in space, because last night while I was out talking to people, it was the number one question that came up.
It's the number one question.
So we got to get the answer to it right
now.
So
I get asked it so many times that I on my last mission, I took like a whole half of a Saturday and made a detailed video on how you can Google Chris Cassidy space toilet, and it's pretty good. I had some help from editors on the ground, but the process is that actually, in all seriousness, the need to go, the sense that, okay, it's time to go, number 1 or number 2, it's the same exact thing as here, so you just know you got to go. And number 1, you just pee into a little tube and it goes off, and the funny thing is we recycle about 95% of our water up there, so that urine goes in as urine, and little squirrels turn some wheels and it comes out as drinking water on the other side.
Wow.
And the first time you actually stop and think that you're drinking yesterday's coffee, you're like, oh. I hope this machine works. But it does. It works perfect, and it's really pure water. So.
All right, what about the number 2? Because we want to know about the number 2. What happens to it?
So number 2 can get away from you quick, but the bottom line is it's all about aim, because think about how big the hole is on a normal toilet. It's pretty big, right? You can't miss. On the toilet there, the hole is about that big, so you have to get used to where your bottom goes relative to the place where it should go. So.
Now, again, this was one of the questions, people were saying to me last night, you got to ask him. What happens to it, though? You can't recycle it. It doesn't float away. I mean, do you bring it to Earth?
So urine, as we talked about, gets recycled, and that's actually very, very critical to the mission, because it's expensive in fuel and costly in weight to get everything up there, to include water. So the more you can recycle water, the better off you are. Down to the moisture in our exhaled breath gets captured in the system and all that. Number 2 is it goes away. It's like a 5-gallon bucket that your individual thing goes into a little bag, and those bags accumulate. After about a week, that 5-gallon bucket is full, and then we just close it up, and it gets jettisoned with other trash and burns up in the atmosphere.
Okay, you know, somebody said to me they put it into a bag, and I said to them, okay, no, I think you're ridiculous. They can't possibly put it into a bag. But obviously, they were right. They put it into a bag.
They actually do.
Now that we've answered that very important question, we're going back to training.
Mm-hmm.
Now, talk about the training to become an astronaut in comparison to obviously what you did physically within the team community and then going over to the astronaut side. What's the physical difference in that? Because obviously that suit must weigh a bit.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting that the physical aspect of astronaut training is not quite as intense as you might think. You need to be fit enough to, if there's a catastrophic problem and you land and you got to get yourself out of the capsule with the suit on when you're used to no gravity, because your body just, to pick up a normal hardcover book, say, at the bookstore, you don't even think about that weight. But when you come back from space, that hardcover book feels like a 50-pound dumbbell at the gym. Yeah, you're just not used to it. Even though our muscles are strong, we exercise up there, just psychologically, it's something you got to get adjusted to. So there's a physical aspect that you need to be ready to do emergent things when you come back. But the training is more, I would say astronaut training is more cerebral and thought and use your head than it is physical. But I'm often asked about the differences between SEAL teams and NASA in terms of training and mission. And at the very high level, it's the exact same thing. It's a group of people working together to accomplish a risky and hard mission and do it safely. And there's a whole battery of people that are there to support you on the ground, or in the case of the SEAL teams, at the Tactical Operations Center or whatever. So it's the same concept where you're trying to get the mission done, you're thrown curveballs and challenges, you have to use your head and manage people and resources to accomplish the mission and not get people hurt.
Is the leadership style the same?
It's a little different because in my experience, and you and your husband know that a lot of the SEALs, particularly, you get a bunch of younger guys that are just hard charging and ready to go. And as a leader in that group, I felt like it was a jockey on a horse. You want to let the reins go as much as you can, but then keep it on the racetrack before it gets too crazy on the turn. And as astronauts, it's generally an older population. The youngest astronaut selected is usually, each class is like 30 years old. So the average age of a crew member up in space is about 40, and it's just a different crowd. So the leadership style is way more independent people, but when you need to come together as a team, we do instantly, but it's more independent.
I think, would it be fair to say then, because within the teams, when you join the military, you could be as young as 19, 20, 21.
Yeah.
So maturity-wise, when you're dealing with people that are 30, 40, going up to space, compared to the young buds guy that goes in, you've got more than the immaturity to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. Different phases of life. Most all astronauts are family, whether it's the husband or the wife, and if it's the female astronaut, their children are often left behind. So it's a different vibe altogether.
Let's talk about family, because again, as a military spouse, I think that now that my husband's retired, I'm discovering a completely different guy that I didn't know. And it's a good thing, but it's, you discover things. So for spouses, I mean, during your military career within the teams, you're traveling a lot. Now you've gone over to NASA, now you're going to be traveling to space. How does that affect the family dynamic? How does that work?
It's very, very analogous to military workup training, where, as everybody here knows, you have this benchmark in the future called deployment, and there's some period of time, year and a half, whatever, or less, where the unit comes together and you do all your little trips and you come back and you wash your socks and then you go do it again, and then it all leads up to take a week of leave and go have fun in Vegas and then deploy. And it's the same thing for astronaut training. We have this thing in the future which is like a deployment, but it's your mission, your launch, and then your time in space. And it's an international program. It's the International Space Station, which means there's 5 partner countries or agencies: Japan, Canada, United States, Russia, and the European Space Agency, which is about 15 countries. And each of those agencies have training facilities in their country. So our version of training workups are go to those countries and train with their astronauts and cosmonauts. In the case, if you're launching on a Russian Soyuz, which I did twice, we go to Moscow, outside of Moscow, for a lot of time. About half of the deployment workup is in Russia. So it's the same concept of coming and going, and then finally you're gone for a big chunk.
I mean, it does take a toll, though, don't you think, sometimes? I think that when there's a service member, like you said, whether it's a male or female, you're leaving, family behind. And so thinking about it from a spouse perspective, I'm thinking if my husband came to me after 12 years in the teens and said, hey, I'm going to space, I'd be like, okay, seriously?
Yeah.
Are you coming back?
Yeah.
So it would be a lot of pressure. You've got children, haven't you?
Yep.
Now, let me ask you, how do the kids feel about Dad is now an astronaut?
Well, it's interesting. So I applied to become an astronaut in twice. In 2000, I applied and didn't get selected. And then in 2004, I was selected. And the interview process, it takes about a year of the whole process before you get the call. And during that time, after I'd completed my interview in Houston and medical checks and all these things, I deployed to Afghanistan. And so the selection office, the astronaut selection office, knew I was kind of hard to get a hold of. And so they sent me an email that said, hey, Chris, call us in Houston on Monday at noon. And it just so happened I deployed home from Afghanistan that weekend. So I was actually in Norfolk, Virginia, and we're waiting. Remember Ferris Bueller when the kids are there and the clock actually clicks backwards before? It was like us waiting for noon so I could call. And then the phone rang at like 11:59. And this is old school flip cell phones, and it just said Houston. And I'm like, here, you get it. No, you get it. And so I answer, and the gouge is, if it's the chief astronaut's voice, or if it's the human resources director, you're probably not going to be an astronaut. If it's the chief astronaut's voice, it's pretty likely it's a good phone call. So he said, hey, Chris, this is Kent Rominger, who was the chief astronaut. Would you like to come work here with us in Houston? And I'm like, yeah, I'm good. No. So, yes, sir, absolutely. So my kids, back to your question, my oldest was in 5th grade, so it was like 5th grade, 2nd grade, and kindergarten ages, or pre-kindergarten. And the 5th grader kind of got it, but the other two just could see that Mom and Dad were happy and excited, and they became excited because we were. No concept of what it meant.
Yeah.
And so then my first mission was, I got there, there's a couple years of training where you're an astronaut candidate, and then finally you get assigned to a mission. So I didn't launch until 5 more years later. So now they were in like, I can't remember exactly, but they were 5th grade, so high school, 10th grade, something like that. And so they were a little bit older, and totally got it at that time that, holy cow, Dad's climbing on the top of that thing with the other families, and this is real. And there's a certain level of hype and excitement that exists for the family and the crew leading up to launch. It's kind of like a wedding. Everybody's excited. You're excited about it just locally as a group for the year leading up to it, and then you send out the damn invitations to come to Florida, just like you send the wedding things, and now everybody's business is their business. But that makes it fun. And then the guests start coming to Florida a couple days before, and then it's really, really fun, and it's a party until it's launch day. And then the family's standing there at the top of the launch control building, and they see the clock ticking down. They see all this steam and smoke and from afar, and all of a sudden NASA senior people are standing around him. The kids are like, who the hell's that guy? And then the rocket lights.
Yeah.
And it's 8.5 minutes where the family is just sitting there going, oh my goodness. And the same feeling for me as later I was a management astronaut, and so I would be standing there with the families, and I had the same feeling watching my colleagues go, and it's really, really pretty powerful to be there.
Talk about that feeling on your first mission. You're in the capsule, and you're about to take off. So you're strapped in. What's going through your head?
Well, back up a little bit from that. You get into the capsule about 3 hours before launch. So you have this whole series of things, starting from the final meal that you have, and then you put your suit on, and then you come out as a crew and you wave to some people and you get on this bus and the bus drives you out. And so that process is several hours before. And then by the time you get in, strap in, fist bump the last person that closes the hatch, you've got 3 more hours to just lie there. So it's super hard to be completely serious and intensely focused for 3 hours. And we had just watched Talladega Nights as a crew the night before, so Ricky Bobby quotes flying all over the place. And then at about T-minus 9 minutes, there's this built-in hold. And that's the final no-go for the launch. And so right before then, you have some switches to do, and it gets back to being very, very serious. And then inside of 9 minutes, it's all business and just very strict communication about switch throws and positions, and 2 eyeballs on every set of switch, because you're actually throwing switches that engage that arm engines and connect fuel cells to electrical power buses and all these things that could actually do damage if you do it wrong. So everybody's really, really focused. But I remember coming out of the T-minus 9 hold when the flight director started. We're listening on the radio to them in Houston, and we know their voices, we know them as people, and we hear the flight director go, "Okay, here we go, go no go for launch. FIDO, go. GNC, go. Prop, go. Weather," which is the one that gets you every time, "go." And that's when I remember, like, holy cow, this is like, because we had actually scrubbed launch twice before, a couple days earlier for weather. So you're kind of like, it's cloudy out there, it's not going to happen. Weather, go. Okay, here it is. And just this kind of excitement of all kinds of emotions, like, dear God, don't let me screw this up, or I can't believe I'm here, how lucky is this? Oh, wait, you got to watch the gauges. And so your brain's going a mile a minute. And then the final seconds as you tick down, and you actually see the flames, because we light the engines a little before actual liftoff, and out the windows you see the flames start to come up, and it gets orange inside the cockpit, and then the explosive bolts like release the whole thing, and it's just this wild, wild ride for those 9 minutes to get uphill. Yeah.
It's crazy because so there's 6 hours, like you're in there 3 hours prep, then you're in there for 3 hours, so your family is standing there for 6 hours.
Well, I mean, there's no way you can get elementary school kids and parents also to stand there for 6 hours. So they've got this, NASA has a nice little program where they do to keep them occupied mentally and physically until they actually stand on the roof about 15, 20 minutes before launch. Yeah.
Now, how long, our deployments are normally 6 to 8 months, how long are you away for when you were on deployments with NASA?
I launched 3 different times. My first was on a shuttle mission, and shuttle missions are always short, only 2 weeks long, limited by how much oxygen we could put in the tanks. You had to come home after 2 weeks, even if there was a problem where it was suspect and you couldn't, you were going to die if you stayed up there, so you got to come back. But we connected to the space station. We were part of the space station and building it during those 2 weeks, and that was it. My second and third missions, both were 6 months long, launched on a Russian rocket, went to the space station, stayed there, just like a normal military deployment in length. Yeah.
Wow. So, but for that, you were in Russia training for that?
A lot, yeah, about half the time of the pre-deployment work. In fact, we're there so much that NASA has built like these American-style townhomes right on the Russian, it's an old Russian military base that's now the Cosmonaut Training Center, And right in the middle are 3 American-looking
Houses.
3-bedroom
Yeah.
townhomes. And that's where we stay when we're there. It's very comfortable. You can leave when you're coming and going, it's very nice to just leave your clothes there for a while. You can travel with just a toothbrush and you're fine. And it becomes kind of home. And the nice thing is then your family, if it works with life and school and baseball practice and plays and orchestra, your family can come over there too and stay with you, especially in the summer.
Yeah.
Those cottages are full of astronaut families in there.
Now you're the president and CEO of the Medal of Honor Museum. And I have to say, it's kind of surprising to me that there isn't a
I know,
Medal
right?
of Honor Museum.
Pretty
I mean,
crazy.
doesn't everybody agree? Shouldn't there be one?
Yeah.
Yeah, they should, you know. So you are in charge of that, and that is where is it going to be located?
We're building that museum in the center of the Dallas-Fort Worth area in a town called Arlington, Texas. It's right near where the football and baseball. So we've got an Arlington. Yeah, Arlington is actually the 48th largest city in the country. That blew me away when I learned that. But anyways, there's the AT&T Cowboys Stadium, the Texas Rangers World Series champion ballpark is right there, and then our museum is right next to it. It's an awesome place for an attraction. But because it's a national effort, there should be a D.C. component to it. So we're putting a monument on the mall in D.C. In fact, just last night, our legislation got approved to be located in the National Reserve 1,000 feet from Lincoln Memorial. So we're pretty excited about that.
I think that deserves a round of applause.
But thank you. There does exist regional, hometown, or local Medal of Honor themed, or certainly sections of museums that have Medal of Honor displays. This one will be entirely dedicated to the 30,500 Medal of Honor recipients that our country has.
Wow, that is. When is it projected to be open?
We're halfway through exactly construction. We started a year and a half ago, and we got a year and a half to go, and so it's March of 2025.
Okay, I think that's great. Definitely have to go out and visit.
Yeah, it's a cool-looking building
Yeah.
too. It's not just 4 walls and a roof. It's a unique design.
Now I want to talk about the movie, the Disney movie that's coming out. I've had to write it down on the postcard. I can't lie about it. It's called Among Stars.
Oh yeah.
Now, when is that going to be released? And that's about you.
It was released a couple years ago, so it's out there already. It's on Disney Plus, and yet they filmed. They were filming our crew for 2 years. It was quite a process. Whole new appreciation for documentary production and the level of hours spent of recording versus hours that actually make the cut into the show. I don't have what that ratio is, but it's hundreds or several hundreds of hours of captured film to what actually goes in there.
Yeah, okay, so that came out a couple of years ago. I'm going to have to go see it. Now, that's terrible that I didn't do that.
It's okay.
Now, I do want to open this up to the audience to ask some questions, because I know I didn't ask all the questions that everybody wants to know the answers to. So questions, don't be shy, people. Oh, look, lovely lady in the back.
We can hear you.
So I'm curious about how you view the privatization of some of the missile launches, and I'd love to hear you talk about SpaceX.
Yeah, the question is thoughts on privatization of space and SpaceX. And, the bottom line up front, I'm all for all of it. Everything that gets the population, American public, excited, I think it spills over into goodness for all of space exploration. And in truth, NASA's vision is to get to Mars, deep space exploration. I personally think that is exactly where the government should focus its time and money and resources, because it's really, really tough for a business case, for a small private company to be successful in that type of, it's like owning a boat. You just dump money in, and it's better to have somebody else that owns the boat and you just ride on it. But the success that commercial companies are having now in low Earth orbit, which is where SpaceX and these companies are operating, really allows the government these companies focus there, and the government to focus its time and resources and money on the larger exploration. So I think it's amazing. I think it's so cool to watch a rocket casing come back and land on a barge, and that's not done just because it's a cool video, but something like 60% of the launch costs are in that part of the system. And so that just drastically drives down the price of launch, which then ultimately will allow every normal person, I don't know when that will be, 10, 5, 50 years from now, 100 years from now, who knows, but at some point the cost of exploring space will be something that everybody can enjoy, just like taking a trip to Hawaii or something like that.
Do you have more questions? Oh, perfect.
You're one of the main reasons why I joined the team, and you have done things that most childhood people would dream of. Help Johnny Kim, influence him to go forward. What is that like to show the next generation of people? You've achieved so much. What would be some words of wisdom?
The question is, what's some words of wisdom for other future people in the SEAL teams or whatever? You know, I never planned any of the stuff in my career. As I mentioned, it was just kind of how do I pay for school, led me to the SEAL teams. SEAL teams led me to NASA. And just because the Navy let me be in it, and because I raised my hand to support and defend the Constitution of the United States, just like everybody here in the audience, so many cool opportunities were presented, and I was able to do it. And so I don't have any magical words. There's so much in life, and I think about this all the time. Like, there's so much in life that has to do with timing and mentors and right place, right time. Certainly the person has to do their part. Like, you have to be ready. You have to be equipped with the knowledge and the skills and the ability at that moment to take the opportunity. But you know, I never would have predicted that I would do these things. So what do I say to the future kids out there, the kids that are aspiring on their careers? It's like, you just don't know where it's going to take you. Always put out, like we learned that in SEAL training. Just put out, like, give your best right now. Like, do one more push-up as perfect as you can, and then worry about the next push-up later. And that's kind of like a good motto for life. Just keep kicking butt as every part of it that you can. I was very inspired by the last speaker. His words were very, very impactful too, with his insight into similar kind of concept of conquering life.
Lovely, Teresa.
Yes, I do. I absolutely wear my trident on my astronaut suit.
And if you had to say, I'm Chris, do you first go team guy or astronaut?
That's a great question, and it's usually SEAL, and when it's a lot of times when I'm introduced, it's Navy SEAL and astronaut. But I personally associate myself not so much with either, but as a Navy person. Like, I feel like I'm a representative of the United States Navy who's gotten to do things in both those endeavors. In fact, when I was retiring from the Navy, senior leadership within Naval Special Warfare called me and said, hey, would you consider transitioning over to the Space Force and possibly being one of the path to flag officer? And I thought about it for a second, and then I realized I would have to resign my commission as a naval officer and recommission as a Space Force colonel, and it like blew my mind. I can't ever tell somebody I'm retired colonel in the Space Force, Chris Cassidy. Like, no offense to our Space Force guardians out there, but I have Navy in my blood, and so I associate myself as a Navy person.
We got time for one more question, Miss Angie.
So I would imagine as an astronaut that's even more challenging, right? You've been to space.
So I
Mhm.
love that you found your place in the National Medal of Honor Museum. But what advice would you have for those guys that are seeking out the next step?
It's interesting. I was just talking to a cohort of the Honor Foundation, which is an organization that helps exactly these people, and yesterday, and a lot of great conversations. But I just shared my personal experiences. I had been warned, hey, you're going to have this void in you when you get out, and and I was like, okay, I sort of get it, and I didn't think it would happen to me because I had a couple different paths that could be possibilities. But sure enough, it did happen. As soon as I actually vocalized, so you have the conversations at your own dinner table with your spouse lying on the pillow at night, and then as soon as you actually vocalize it in an outward way to your command, and you have to go someplace and fill out a form, and then you got to go to 17 other websites and fill out forms, then it becomes real. And then I told the guys yesterday, like, it wasn't this tsunami of dread late in the process. It was little bits of, am I doing the right thing? For a series of time. And then I was done, and a little bit of trepidation as I started the job as a president and CEO of a nonprofit. I'm like, I don't know how to be a president and CEO of a nonprofit. But, you know, what you realize, and this is the main message to those folks, you realize that each step of the way, your first platoon, to talk SEAL jargon, your LPO tour, your platoon chief or platoon officer, every one of those steps gives you the tools to be successful at the next thing, whatever the next thing is. And so for me personally, when I got out into the civilian world, after I got over the what the heck, it was, oh, well, this is just people doing stuff to get stuff done, and you fill in the blank of stuff, and it's all about getting a mission, aligning people, aligning objectives, and going forward. So all the things we learned in the military, so translatable, both on the active person side and the spouse side. It just very sets us up to be successful. I'm just so thankful for what the military does for us.
That was a great question. Now, before we wrap this up, Chris has also been known to take that selfie in space that went viral. So to wrap up this conversation today, I'm going to ask everybody to move into the middle, and we're going to take a selfie. So let's move, and let's take this selfie. Everybody's like, oh my gosh, I didn't know we had to move and do things.
Yeah, everybody's comfy.
Look, this is great. I love it. Okay. Look how happy everybody looks. Okay, I'm going to press this. Then I'm going to get a photo. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3, go. I'm going to take one more and we're going to shout out space. 1, 2, 3, space. I love it. That wraps up our talk today. Thank you so much. Chris, thank you very much.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure.
Stuff. Yep.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Chris, before you leave, can I to kiss you. I don't know if you feel the same as I do, but we could be together if you wanted to. Do I want
overachiever. He's an overachiever. Who goes through Navy SEAL training, goes through BUDS, goes through Hell Week, serves 12 years in that arena, and then decides, you know something? I think I'm going to go to NASA and be an astronaut. I mean, isn't that overachieving? You know? I would like to welcome to the stage the man, the myth, the legend, Chris Cassidy. How are you?
Good, great.
Good to see you. Isn't it great?
I've been praying hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars. Yeah, we'll be counting.
Good. Well, we are here to talk about a subject requiring your influence, which is how do we fix this political system of ours that I deem to be broken. How many of you think it's broken? So we're going to have a conversation about that. I'm delighted to welcome a man who needs no introduction, former presidential candidate, former New York City mayoral candidate, former entrepreneur. I knew him actually in a past life for some of that work, and co-founder of the Forward Party, Andrew Yang.
Anytime I have a tech problem, I blame either the Democrats or the Republicans, depending upon where I am. First, thank you all for your service. It's a privilege to be here. There's a quote that I like that I actually don't know who said it, maybe one of you does, that if America is a religion, military veterans are its clergy. And I think that's very true. You all have stood up for the country in a way that most Americans can only observe and appreciate. And I thank you all for it. I like to believe that I'm animated by some of the same spirit of country over party. And one of the reasons why I think what Todd's doing with Veterans for All Voters is so crucial is that when you're in service, there is something of an ethos around not getting involved with politics and trying to stay above the fray. But then when you come here, it's all about the fray. you know what I mean? It's like all of a sudden it's like, oh, where are you on this? Where are you on that? And I sensed from the fact that many of you think that the system's broken, that how many of you consider yourselves independents at this point? You know, like the bulk of folks. And I knew that was quite likely because at this point, a very significant proportion of military veterans are independents. Now, some certainly have a party they like more than another. But to me, it's such an enormous opportunity for you all to help lead the country in a better direction politically. And that's the work that Todd's doing. I'm a huge supporter of his work, and that's what we aim to do at the Forward Party.
So I want to ask, Andrew, because you've been thinking about this question a lot and studying it and active in solutions, how would you describe the moment that we're in? What's your diagnosis about the state of the United States? What is cyclical? What is not self-correcting? What do you think is going on?
Sure. We're in, let's call it the 7th inning of institutional decline and mistrust. And you could put in just about any institution you like in that bucket. I'm going to throw out a few. The media, hospitals, schools. You all are among, again, the most trusted folks in American life. The military is one of the only institutions that's still above 50%. You know, it's like most of the percentages I'm describing. What do you think the approval rating is for Congress? It's like 9%, you know? So like you look at these institutions and they're all kind of rattling around the bottom, and Americans are wondering what the heck to do. So when I say 7th inning, that's a judgment call on my part. You could say 8th inning. I think if you're optimistic, you'd say 6th inning. But I'm a numbers guy, and all these trends have been heading in a very, very clear downward direction for approximately 30 years, a bit longer. If you had a demarcation point, this would be kind of fun, guys. It's around 1980. And coincidentally, that's also when economic productivity and income diverge. Up until the 70s, productivity and income were actually just about the same. And then starting around 1980, they started separating.
So how, in a country that, if you poll people on these questions, approval of Congress, it's tanked. Approval of the two-party system, it's tanked. You know, trust in leadership, the two presidential options that we have, none of the data suggests people are happy. So why doesn't it change?
Well, it doesn't change because people are trapped in a system of corrupt incentives. And this is one of the secrets that I want to help, I really would love your help with. So the easy thing to do is to blame the humans and say these people suck. These people are corrupt, they're crooked, they're bought, some of which is true. So it's very tempting. But the darker truth is that even if I stick a good person in there, they're not going to really be able to restore the system or, you know, flush out the filth or what. They'll actually end up kind of handcuffed. Or the metaphor I have is like there'll be a fly stuck in amber. Now, I prefer good people to not good people, but we can't invest in these personalized hero narratives where it's like, oh, if I just got one good human in there, then everything will be fixed. I'm at a point now where it's like the guts of the system that need to get changed. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing. But that's why it feels the way it does, is that you want to blame the people, but even a good person in this system will end up compromised.
In Canada, just to take that a step further, in Canada, it's in a cycle, always just kind of want to keep us fixated on the short term, like this is the most important election of our life.
Oh yeah, what's the life of a news cycle now? You know, I mean, if you fuck up now in American life, just be like, all I got to do is just wait till the spotlight turns away from me, and that'll take 24, 48 hours, and so I'm still here. It'll be like, you know, like the press will move on, the social media discussion will move on, and that's what qualifies as, you know, the institutional redress, is that if I spotlight the corruption of the problem, then maybe something will happen, but now you don't trust that anything will.
So let's talk about the guts of the system. If you had let's get technical for a second. If you had a wish list, here's like the 5 things I would start by changing. What would you do?
All right, so there's a real life way out of this mess. So I don't want to be, I'm an entrepreneur, I'm a problem solver. How many of you have heard of a woman named Mary Peltola? It's kind of a tricky one. How many of you have heard of Sarah Palin? Mary Peltola is the person who beat Sarah Palin in Alaska. And she beat Sarah Palin because they did away with party primaries in Alaska and made it so anyone could vote for anyone. If there was a conventional party primary system, Sarah Palin wins. You've never heard of, and then Sarah Palin would be in D.C. right now. And, the country would be 2 IQ points collectively dumber and sadder, and then and stick a TV camera in her face every day and say, "Hey, Sarah, say something crazy." And she's like, "I'd be glad to. That's why I'm here." And then she'd say it. And then what makes it worse is they would then go to some Democrat and be like, "Do you see the crazy shit Sarah said?" Response? Like that. They're pleased and they get more clicks and views, but then the rest of us are just like, what the heck is happening? So we said the approval rating for Congress is 9%, 10%, 15%. What's the re-election rate for incumbent members of Congress? 94%. Better win rate than the Jordan-era Chicago Bulls or the Kevin Durant-era Golden State Warriors. So in that system, again, there's an incentives problem. Now, how can you lose your job in this system? All right, death is one.
Death is one.
Thanks to our
But they actually live really long. I've noticed. Anyway,
no, the gerontocracy. You mentioned the presidential field, which I'll talk about in a little bit. So you have a 94% incumbent re-election rate because the districts have been drawn into blue and red zones, so you can't lose in the general. The only way you can lose is in the primary, which means that you're beholden to the 8 to 10% most extreme voters. But if you get the base pissed off at you, you can lose your job. Of the 10 Republican House members who voted to impeach Donald Trump, how many of them made it back through their primaries? I know it's fun, right? But it's 2. And those 2 were in Washington State where they had a top 2 primary system. Among the 8 that did not make it back, Peter Meyer, Adam Kinzinger, who's a military veteran.
Both of them are. Peter Meyer and Adam.
Oh, Peter is as well. That's right. Liz Cheney, Anthony Gonzalez, who's an NFL veteran, so maybe we'll give him honorary veteran status. So, these were some of frankly, the best, most principled members who took it on the chin, and then 80% loss rate in the primaries. So you think their fellow members didn't see that? It's like, what? We have 94% re-election. If you get on the wrong side of the base, then you get wiped out. So everyone's hostage to the base. The way out of this is to get rid of the primaries. If you get rid of the primaries, then all of a sudden, what 51% of us want actually controls whether someone gets the job and keeps the job. That's the biggest lie in American life right now, is that our leaders have to make 51% of us happy. They do not. They just have to keep the 8 to 10% most extreme off their backs, and then they cruise. Now, a lot of people are listening to this being like, okay, magical Asian man from the future, is it possible to get rid of party primaries? And the answer is completely yes. In half of the states. Alaska got rid of it in 2020 via a ballot initiative that cost $6 million. Nevada voted to get rid of their party primaries last year in 22, and the winning advertisement was a military veteran looking at the camera saying, "I went overseas to defend our country for years. I came back and I can't vote in our primaries, and I don't think that's right." And then the ad said, "Shouldn't he be able to vote? Vote yes on 3 and he'll be able to." And 53% of Nevadans saw that and said, "Oh yeah, that guy should be able to vote." Now, both the Democratic Party and the Republican Party came out against this because they like the current system. They like the primaries. Their consultants told them, "Look, you don't like this set of changes because we're not sure how to game it and how to make sure you win. So vote against this." And so then the Democrats have to say, okay, so we don't like this. What bullshit rationale are we going to come up with? Because we can't say we just don't like uncertainty and a lack of control and people getting what they want. So what was their argument? It would be too confusing for voters if you didn't have this primary that we control. But again, 53% of Nevadans saw through that, in large part because of that military veteran and that appeal. So that's why I'm here with you today. I think that's why Todd is here. Imagine military veterans around the country making the same appeal. Independents like yourselves saying, "Look, I went to defend the country for years. I came back and this system won't let me participate. I don't think that's right. I as an individual, think that's perverse. I think that's corrupt. I think that's immoral. And I want to fight to change it. And I would love your help in changing it around the country." So let's get rid of the fucking primaries. That's actually the way out of this mess.
Oh, yes. And I want to amplify with two details. One is it's Mike Escobar's, who's a Veterans for All Voters volunteer here in Nevada, Marine Corps veteran, awesome guy. And Mary Peltola, I just want to go back to the Alaska example, because part of the boogeyman on this is that this is just good for Democrats. And that's like a narrative that the Republican Party is pushing. Being anti-election reform is one of 5 platform pieces for the RNC, along with like opposing China. And it's like the one thing that's like really specific about power protection, and then the other things have to do with kind of other things. But this is important to say in Alaska. Mary Peltola, Democrats were doing a victory lap that she had won. And she gets to the House, and she's super frustrating to the Democratic majority because she's pro-Second Amendment, she's pro-oil and gas drilling in Alaska, and she's got nuanced views, and she's just not a reliable, like 100% yes vote for the Democratic Party. So I think it's important just to complete that story, because there is a narrative that this is good for Democrats.
Yeah. It's good for voters. Mary Peltola is going to stand up for her community. And then she gets to D.C. and they're like, no, you have to be an ideologue like us and toe the party line. She's like, no, I don't. And the great thing is they can't force her, because she goes back to Alaska and all of a sudden it's like, hey guys, like I don't have a primary. As long as 51% of you like me. By the way, a number of members of Congress have gone to Lisa Murkowski, also from Alaska, and said, we envy you so much you don't have a primary anymore, because you actually can do the right thing. Whereas the rest of us have to do things we know aren't right because our job security depends on it. In many ways, this is setting people free to do what most of us want. I jokingly call it the Legislator Liberation Fund. And the total cost of liberating 6, 8, 10 U.S. senators and a larger number of members of Congress from it is $100 to $200 million. That's the price tag. Now, you can look at that and say that's a lot of money or that's not much in a system where we're going to spend $10 billion beating each other up. This cycle, 2024, we're going to spend $10 billion hating each other. And you all, again, are among the people that can say enough is enough, let's come together as a people. Everyone respects you and admires you in a way that's distinct, really just to military veterans.
Knowing several individuals in this room, I can say they should not admire and trust them. No. It's a joke. Let me talk about, you're building a political party. Is it possible in America to build a new political party?
I am one of the foremost experts on this subject now. I'm also the co-chair of the 3rd biggest political party in the country by resources in year 2. I will say there's a very, very big drop-off between number 2 and 3. But hey, we've beaten out the Greens and the Libertarians in year 2. So for those of you who say you're independents, please, please, please consider joining the Forward Party. Because what the Forward Party is essentially the federation of political independents who want the system to respond to us. There's a ballot initiative in Arizona that's going to go on the ballot literally today that says the government should not be funding partisan primaries. And that's the kind of thing the Forward Party is going to back. The Forward Party is not going to tell you what to believe on a whole range of issues. It's just going to say, look, are you into the Constitution, rule of law, getting shit done, and electoral reform? So if that describes you, please, please, please check out the Forward Party. And being who you are, you'll wind up as spokespeople, leaders, and figureheads for the Forward Party like that. Because, again, you're who we need. That's why I'm here. Now, if you start a new national party, it turns out that there are 51 organizations. There's the national, and then there's one in every state. To rewind a little bit, there's not a word about Democrats or Republicans in the Constitution. It's all made up. George Washington famously warned against political parties on the way out. John Adams said 2 parties would be a great evil across the land. James Madison said you can't have factions that don't shift. We're essentially living the Founding Fathers' worst nightmare come to life. If they woke up, they'd be like, we cannot believe that this is the design. This is like the worst, dumbest design ever. If you're a sports fan, one of my jokes is imagine a sports league where you only had 2 teams. How would you feel about the other team's fan base after a while? You would hate their guts. It's like it's a really, really stupid setup. So to create a new party, there are different hurdles in every state. In Nevada, as an example, you need 12,000 signatures in a 6-month period to become a recognized party. I don't know about the rest of you, but that sounds actually pretty reasonable, or at least something you can achieve. Maybe it's reasonable or unreasonable. And we are launching that signature campaign here in Nevada today. Another reason I'm here today. We're also launching our Veterans Committee, which is co-chaired by Navy Admiral Joe Sestak, today. So things that are launching right now, but the two parties try to make it difficult to create a new party. You have to do it in each state, one by one.
I do want to flag, we're going to take your questions in a little bit. I want to build on the historical analogs. Abraham Lincoln famously was actually a third-party candidate when he won the presidency. We've only had one president who was minor party, that was Abraham Lincoln, one president who never joined a political party, that was George Washington. So there's precedent for this. Historically, so I guess here's my question. So how do you think we, and let me just give my bias, I want to hear your bias. I think part of what we're up against is not explicit opposition, but that both political parties know people are frustrated, but they're going to misdirect people's attention to the wrong goal. How do we keep people focused on the right goal, the things that you're talking about?
Yeah, so you have these political incentives that drive legislators to one extreme or the other. Then you have our media that separates us into tribes that hate each other. And then you have social media pouring gasoline on the whole thing. And if you had to put dollar values on these forces, it is in the billions of dollars that try and separate us into these camps. We have a different narrative, and it's a challenge trying to get that narrative out because the two parties enjoy the animosity. The media organizations realize that it's like, look, if I can just get you to watch my comfort food and hate the other side, it's the only way I'm going to stay in business. I mean, you had 2,500 local papers go out of business over the last number of years. All of our news has become nationalized and put out on social media. So then the economic incentives drive you very much in those directions. Our challenge and opportunity is to try and build this new column of independent voices that wind up waking Americans up to the fact that, look, we're being set up, we're being manipulated. Now, you're right, Todd, that a lot of Americans are figuring it out. The confidence in our current two-party system is at a record low. The number of Americans who say they're independents is now multi-generational high. It's like 50% plus. So the question is whether we can actually galvanize people into action, whether we can get the resources to fix some of these things. And the reason why I started Forward is that I knew people needed a tribe. You know what I mean? Like, why are you here? I mean, the tribe that you all are a part of as military veterans, it's a very, very powerful thing. You see each other and you immediately understand some of the same experiences and values. So that is what we're trying to provide with Forward, but I'm also, trying to build a media organization, trying to take on different parts of the infrastructure that the two parties have set up. I joked before about how we're, number 3, but we're much, much smaller. That it literally is okay, the Democrats have this media network, so we have to try and build our own. But it's a fun challenge for an entrepreneur. I did resent how you referred to me as a former entrepreneur. I mean, come on, Todd. It's not like I put that shit down. I mean, I'm still.
No, you're in the game. You're in the game.
Yeah, I'm still. I made the decision. It's kind of fun. I'm an entrepreneur trying to solve the problems that beset our democracy and our society, our people, our way of life. Because I realize that if you don't solve those problems, there's no other way to address them. You look at public safety, education, et cetera, et cetera. That's not a private sector set of problems. You know what I mean? That's not, and you don't want them to be. You need to get our government's act together, as painful and difficult as that sounds.
Do you think there's a tipping point when business gets more involved in this stuff? I think that historically, or philanthropy, there's a lot of money flowing into pro-democracy. I think some of it misdirected. What's your view on when the resources come? I kind of hope business can play a role in this. Obviously, the military community's got a role to play. What do you think? What's your forecast?
Yeah, I mean, this is one of my goals. And when you say business, I do translate it into individuals, like individual CEOs. There are a number of CEOs who are very aligned with what we're discussing right now who have not invested meaningfully. I mean, let's say Andrew Yang's trying to raise $100 to $200 million to fix our system, which is true. That's my job, and so I hang out with really rich people, being like, "Hey, you want to get in on this action?" Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But the people it works on tend to be CEOs, business leaders, and folks who are just looking around saying, "What the heck do I do? And why does our system seem so broken?"
Are there, and then I'm going to go to you guys for questions. Are there a few candidates that you have out in the country that are running that you think have a chance in the Ford Party?
So we had 5 victories this week. We're very excited about it. That puts us up to, I believe, 41 elected officials, either through recruitment or association. Not bad for year 2, right? Like, we could be up to 400 by next year. And then people will be like, "Oh, it's impossible." We're like, well, we have like 400 mayors and state legislators and reps and town supervisors who would disagree with you, and we could like fill an auditorium. But I am going to share with you one of the things I'm excited about right now. I think the Biden-Trump rematch is a fucking disaster. Combined age, so I gave an interview, I was like, combined age 160 in 2024, like, what are we doing? And then they actually corrected me and said, like, it'll actually be 159. And because Joe Biden turns 82 in December, not November. I was like, you fucking kidding me? You like trying to like act like I fucked that shit up because he turns 82 like 2 weeks later. Anyway. Now, I've been trying to, so I don't like either candidate, so I was trying to reduce Trump's chances of winning the Republican nomination. I think that ship has sailed. I think Trump's going to take that thing. On the Democratic side, a guy named Dean Phillips declared last week, and I know Dean. Here's how I met Dean. It's one reason I like him. I met him at a campaign finance reform in D.C. where he said, "This town's even worse than I thought. I'm the only guy in Congress who doesn't dollar for dollars because I thought you were here to pass laws and not like call people for money. And like, this stuff is broken and I'd love to fix it." I was like, "Cool, I like this guy. He's like my kind of fellow." And then he declared, because he's like, "Joe's going to lose to Trump. This is ridiculous." And then he started going around to people being like, "Hey, anyone want to challenge Joe?" And the Democrats were real profiles in courage there, where a lot of them, so Dean looked at this and said, "Okay, guys, if none of you wants to nut up and do this, like, I'll do it." And so he declared, and then of course, hit piece in every major publication being like, "Oh, like Dean, what's he doing?" Dean's a real fucking dude. Like, I know him, I've hung out with him, I consider him a friend now, and he's done something that no one in American life does, which is he's pissing away a promising political career because he thinks it's better for the country for him to challenge Joe. That's why none of the other Dems are doing it, is because they were told, you do this at the end of your political career. And they prize their career more than this country. All of them, except for Dean Phillips. Dean Phillips manned up, went to New Hampshire, he's campaigning, and he's got a real chance to break us free of this Biden-Trump rematch. I joked with Dean, he didn't like this, whatever. I said, "Dean, you should just legally change your name to Generic Democrat." Because Generic Democrat beats Trump by 8 points. Just be like, "Fuck, I'm Generic Democrat." And he's 54 years old. That's the other thing. He's 54. And I mean, so Dean Phillips is, in my opinion, our best hope to avoid the Biden-Trump rematch, and so that's where I'm investing my energies, but that's just a personal statement, so you don't need to take anything from that other than that's what Andrew Yang is doing.
Questions? Who's got? Yeah, you guys, if you want, just go to the mics so we can get it on the audio. Thanks. You got it.
Yeah, Andrew, first of all, I've been following you since you were a Democratic presidential candidate, and I voted for you in the primaries. So
thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
But I have a really niche question, and if you can't answer it, I respect that as well. But I've been in the intelligence community for over 20 years now, and so far, since 2020, the intelligence community has taken a hit. as far as the respect that it had for various reasons that are correct. Does the Forward Party and does Andrew Yang have a fix to improve the intelligence community?
Well, thank you for the work you do. It's interesting the way you characterize that, because you made it seem like the hits they've taken were legitimate, or because that there was some misstep. To me, this is a byproduct of the climate of institutional mistrust. And the Republican Party has taken on this anti-institutional bent and energy. I talked about the media before. This is a comparison I like to draw. 69% of Democrats believe the media. You go to Republicans and that goes down to 15%. So then among Republicans you say, hey, FBI. Then be like, oh, corrupt. Because at this point they think that anything that represents the establishment is corrupt. It's one reason why we have to try and break free of this two-sided dynamic to make it so that people don't feel like it's an us versus them, institution versus me, intelligence community versus the people, any of that. And then you might have folks starting to believe in what people are doing every day and risking their lives to procure in terms of intelligence. So I don't think it's unique to the intelligence community at all. I think it's part and parcel with the other institutions that we have to try and buttress. Certainly it would go a long way if you had leaders who didn't think that there was a political upside to throwing various agencies and intelligence services under the bus.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Other questions? Come on up. Yeah.
Hi, thank you so much for your time. My name's Shelley. I actually volunteered at Democracy Matters in college, which has a lot of alignment with some of the principles of the Forward Party. I'm curious to hear your thoughts on closed primaries. So as you know, about one-third of states in the United States have closed primaries where you can't vote for someone if you're not registered within that party. Is getting rid of closed primaries and moving them to open a baby step into eliminating primaries, or sort of like how do we move the cruise ship, right? And would that be like efficient or sufficient enough in the short term to get to the right place later?
Oh, Shelley, congrats on the work you've done, and it's a very sophisticated question, because when you say open primaries, people interpret it differently. So it's a range or a spectrum. Open primaries are much better than closed primaries, but nonpartisan primaries or all-party primary is much better than open primaries. So an open primary, so you guys understand, it's like, hey, the Democratic primary is this day, but you can vote in it if you're not a registered Democrat, or we'll let you register day of. That's better than saying, and by the way, I was in a primary that did this. Is like, you have to register for this party 4 months in advance to vote in the primary. I mean, no one thinks about things 4 months in advance. That's better, but it's even better in a place like Alaska, where it's like, look, everyone, you're all on the same ballot. By the way, this is what they voted in Nevada too. Everyone's on the same ballot. You can have whatever letter next to your name you want, and then a voter shows up and is like, I like this person, I like that person. That is the most powerful set of reforms. So if there's an initiative that will say, hey, we're going to shift from closed primaries to open primaries, I would 100% support it. And I'm someone who's not an absolutist about these things, where if you can help move the ball down the field, that's a win. And sometimes you got to take a field goal instead of a touchdown, you know what I mean? By the way, that's happening in Arizona right now too. There's a ballot initiative that they're like, hey, are we going to try and do a field goal or a touchdown? And that they're making a calculation. And I have no problem with someone tactically deciding that 3 points is better than 0.
It's a great question. And this is like the state of reform across the country. There's 24 reform campaigns around the country taking place with some version of open primaries, ranked choice voting, instant runoff elections. There's a whole deep, and this is, I'm going to make a pitch for Veterans for All Voters, because this is what we're doing. There's a theory, different people have different political theories of the case about how you move this forward. Some people think that if you get it somewhere on the ballot, voters then want it everywhere on the ballot. So some places they're just advancing it for federal races and not state houses. And Other places, they're just doing it for military overseas voters, which 6 southern states already use ranked choice voting for their military ballots, which a lot of folks don't realize. So, yes, great question. And this is where it gets in the weeds. Part of the thing that keeps me up at night, let me ask it for you, Andrew, is the solutions are actually really powerful, but they're very technical. And how do we create simple messaging around this? I feel like we get in our way, and the movement talks about this a lot. How do we create simplicity around this stuff?
So that commercial I mentioned here in Nevada was no accident. They tested a whole host of different messages, and they found that that was the most powerful and effective. You know, a military veteran saying, hey, I went to defend our country and I can't vote in our primaries. It's pretty hard to argue with that. You know, you'd be like, oh, well, you know, our system should make it so you don't vote. I mean, like, it makes no sense. The counter argument breaks down immediately. So that is the most powerful message. There's, like you said, there are a bunch of technical things that you could say, but human beings need other humans to understand narrative, really. It's something that's gotten me into trouble over and over again. Like where I've done things over and over, and I was like, hey, let's have the idea. People need a human to pin the idea on in order to support it or believe in it. So I became, you know, Mr. Universal Basic Income around that. The campaign was originally named UBI 2020, not Yang 2020, until someone was like, hey, it sounds like a urinary tract infection, and like no one's going to understand what the hell you're talking about, so it's got to like turn into Yang 2020, which is what we did. So in a way, this set of reforms needs to become Military Veterans 2024 or Veterans for All Voters 2024. You know what I mean? Who the hell could be against Veterans for All Voters? You'd have to be an asshole. Like that's seriously.
Yeah. You must be an asshole. It's our new hashtag.
You know what I mean? So that's again the opportunity. You all can be the vanguard for saving our country's political system, and without you, I don't think it happens.
I want to ask one last question, and that's about leadership and courage. You've put yourself out there, and you know, when you leave the tribe, which you left the Democratic Party, you create a visceral reaction in people. You talk about sort of people's just fear of doing that. Talk to me about what you've learned on the subject of leadership and courage, and are there others that you look to for inspiration? It's obviously not the Democratic Party in this moment.
I'm going to tell a story that I've never told publicly. It's the first time. 2 stories. And the first story has happened to me now dozens of times, and I'm incredibly grateful. Where I'm just walking in public, in the street, in airport, and then someone will come up to me and say, hey, Andrew Yang, I'm a military veteran. I really appreciate everything that you do. And the fact that they actually say those 2 sentences in order is the most powerful thing to me, because they're actually kind of spiritually including me in the club. Like they actually saw in me, it's like, hey, you're just trying to do something that you think is good for the country, and I'm going to put my arms around that. And that's happened to me dozens of times. So that, you know, I mean, how can you not be powered, like pumped up by that? But one of the things but this is a story I've never told, is that I leave the Democratic Party. I'm actually shocked at the blowback, because like, who the fuck am I? I'm like just a dude. All I did is I just changed the voter registration thing, put a social media post, and be like, hey, leaving the Democratic Party. Headlines every major newspaper. I'm getting attacked for like every direction as like, you know, like I don't know, Trump enabler, grifter, wannabe Fox anchor. By the way, after I left the Democratic Party, I got a press request from Fox News every day for weeks, because all they wanted to do is have me come on and shit on the Democratic Party every day. And so I went on once, and I was like, this is not my jam at all. And so I just started like turning it down. And I have a friend who left the Republican Party, and it was the other side. It was like, I was in CNN, it was like, come on every day and shit on the Republican Party, because like that's the game that's being played. But I got a call 4 days later from Dave Chappelle, who's a friend and supported me in my presidential campaign. He said, Andrew, I'm just calling to say that witnessing a genuine act of human courage and character gives me hope, and I appreciate the heck out of you. And the fact that he called me and said that, I was like, that is worth more than any of the, you know, fucking nonsense punditry social media, is that someone who knows me and has been in the trench with me, called me and said, look, like I actually see that this is like an act of conviction. I see the same thing in Dean Phillips. You know, like he's doing what he thinks is right, and he's getting shit for it, and I could kind of relate. and he's taking it from his own team. This is a guy who is a Democrat who is a third-term member of Congress, won a red-leaning district in Minnesota 3 times, and has been like carrying the water for the Democratic Party. And now, because he's challenging the deeply unpopular 81-year-old incumbent, like they're all knifing him mercilessly, calling him a racist, calling him all sorts of things. And as a human being, when you experience that, like it's shocking. But it also actually fuels your conviction, because you realize, like, wait a minute, if you guys are doing this to me, there's something deeply wrong with you and the system. You know what I mean? Like, I know myself. I mean, you know, like I've got a wife and kids and the rest of it. I was the same person the day after I changed my voter registration as I was the day before. Matter of fact, I might have become a better person, honestly. So the fact that, you know, like that there was all this incoming rage and vitriol, I was like, whoa. And now I actually see Dean going through the exact same thing. The question is whether enough of us will come together to break this system that's trying to kill us all, genuinely. I mean, like that's this challenge. And the machine is ripe for the taking. The machine is ripe for the taking because more and more Americans sense how it's not about us anymore, it's about the machine itself. The machine just wants to perpetuate itself. It wants to keep the money flowing. It wants to do all these things. And more of us are waking up to the fact that, like, it's got to be the humans that overthrow this thing. You all are going to be the leaders of the humans. It's great. But there are going to have to be a number of people who do have some courage and leadership and conviction. I hope that you would consider me to be in that number, because I know you all are in that number. I mean, you all have proven it.
Join me in giving Andrew Yang a round of applause.
Thank you.
And if we can go to the slide. So I want to build on what Andrew just said. And we've got a few. How many of you have already signed up with Veterans for All Voters? I'm going to get real aggressive here. So look around the room. We got some folks who are already signed up. I need you in this movement. How many of you are willing to join Veterans for All Voters? Put your name to the effort. Join us. Raise your hands if you're willing.
Everyone should have their hand up.
And let's run some T-shirts around. Clay, Kevin, guys, if you put your hands in the air if you're willing to join us. Here's what we're doing. Veterans for All Voters is advocating for election reform, nonpartisan. The technical stuff, getting rid of partisan primaries. That's all we're advocating. We're not partisan. We're not advocating for candidates. We're advocating for getting rid of partisan primaries. We fought it and won in Alaska. We're fighting it in Nevada. Mike Escobar was our volunteer leader who got it over the finish line last cycle. So we're supporting campaigns for open primaries, ranked choice voting, instant runoff voting, and then final 5 voting. And I just encourage you, you can get smart. It's technical, I get it. There's more issues on this, but it's definitely nonpartisan. And we do have to build a movement. Because the effort of saving this country, it's the reason I walked away from everything I was doing in Bunker Labs and other things, is because I felt like this was go time in this country. And I sense some of you feel the same. And if it's not this, then figure out what it is. Because I don't think we have time to waste, and this country needs leaders that can help message us and lead us out of this moment. And those leaders cannot be people that we understand as politicians. No, ma'am. We are doing election reform. We're not talking about the presidential race. We are supporting ballot initiatives on the ground in 24 states across the country. That's what we're doing. And this is part of the big veil. Everyone thinks it's about the next president. I get that's a big deal. Our work is in Juneau, Alaska. It's here in Nevada. It's in Springfield, Illinois. You got to go state by state because every state determines how they conduct their elections.
So some of you are thinking, hey, isn't this what, very, very similar to what Andrew's describing? That's one reason why Todd and I get along so famously, is that like our organizations have essentially identical goals, which is to try and fix the political system so it works for you and yours, your families, independents, folks who don't understand any of these problems but just realize it's not working. So I love Veterans for All Voters, huge supporter, to the extent that a non-veteran can be. And the Forward Party and Veterans for All Voters team up on pretty much every initiative because there's never an initiative where we don't see eye to eye on it. So the Forward Party and Veterans for All Voters just trying to team up wherever we can. But love Todd, love the work that they do. And he's like you all. I mean, he's a patriot who's just trying to do what's right for the country.
Yes, you can, Kevin. And then I want everyone that joined to come up for a photo.
So I'm a state leader in Wisconsin, and I joined for exactly the reasons they're talking about. But I know a lot of people, and I'm like a lot of you. It's like I don't want to just join something. I just heard about this. I don't know anything about it. It'll cost you nothing. You'll get the newsletters. You'll get some information. So I encourage you to do that just to stay up on what's happening. Then, if you decide to become a state volunteer, that's where you might start to become involved in the efforts in your state. So, for example, in Nevada, they got involved in helping get those messages out. And by having a veteran available, they could get that message out through what they were doing. In Wisconsin, we don't have ballot initiatives. We cannot come forward and say, oh, we collected all these signatures, the people say we want this changed. We have to go through the state legislature. So our state legislature actually has a bipartisan bill in both the Senate and the Assembly that is currently moving its way through the committee process. And it's getting a lot of support. And a lot of that is because we have veterans who are testifying to the legislature saying, we are in support of this, and here's why. And we send the same message that they were sending through the commercial for the ballot initiative, we're sending that directly. And in Wisconsin, we've got probably 5 or 6 of us that are really active leaders, and then we've got dozens more who are they're on our mailing list, and when we need something, we can call on them, say, hey, can you send a postcard? Can you call your legislator? And like in Wisconsin, Dick Leinenkugel, so who here knows Leinenkugel's beer? Okay, the Leinenkugel family. Dick was a Republican who ran for office, and he got frustrated with the system for the same reason. It's like, this is broken. And so he's become a very strong advocate. By the way, Dick Leinenkugel and his brother are both Marines. So there's another reason they're involved with us. So I strongly encourage you, sign up, get on the list. It'll cost you nothing. You can delete them from your inbox if you decide you're not interested. But I'm telling you, you're going to see there's a lot of hope, because if we can change this just in a handful of states, it will change the dynamic in Congress.
Thank you, Kevin. All right, we're available to answer any more questions. How many of you got a shirt or want to join the movement? If you want to join the movement, come up on stage. Let's get a photo. Come on. Come on up, y'all. We're going to influence our neighbors and our communities that it doesn't have to be this way. America is stuck. We can move forward. There's some things we got to change. This doesn't flip seats. Republicans and Democrats are still going to win, but how they behave is really the question. So come on up, join us. Yeah, come on in. Squeeze in, y'all. Squeeze in. Hey, if you have your shirts, hold them up. Do we have any shirts? Y'all left them on the... Okay, hold up the shirt. Who's got a shirt? All right. Allies, yeah, come on up. Absolutely. We just did a rebrand. This is vintage swag. This is vintage swag. There we go. All right, actually, wait, I'm going to do one more. You're going to kill me. I need Andrew out of one picture because we are nonpartisan, so I want one version that doesn't show the leader of a political party. Andrew understands. This is why we're best friends. You got it? Where's our photog?
Yeah, we lost our photographer.
Oh, come on back.
Make Andrew take it.
It is, man. All right, get involved. Forward Party, Andrew Yang. Let's give Andrew another round of applause.
Good job.
Thank you for amplifying. Thank you for what you thank you. And your question was spot on.
Are you hooked up with Common Cause?
Oh, yeah, that's yours. Sorry.
Are you guys partnered with...
Makes me feel alive. I've been losing sleep.
dreaming about the things we'll be.